Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, November the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William. So you in the main room, you guys can hear me, see my screen. Somebody in YouTube maybe can do me the favor of doing the same thing. Just want to make sure you guys in YouTube can hear me and see my screen. Okay, guys, what is happening? So I guess the big one to watch today will be the CMCT, and it got up to in the pre-market, it did get up to about $11. You can see right there, the high in the weekly chart is at 1090. So if it takes that out again, then the next high in the weekly chart is way up here at 1874. So kind of room if it can take out that pre-market high again. It had some news. It sold off its lending division to PGFR for $44 million. That is a news for CMCT. Low float, very low float, 720,000 in the float. Now these ones, Amaze, I think this is under $1. I believe it's under, yeah. So some of these are under $1. Well, this is not under $1, but boy, what a pullback. SLRX got up to $3 and right back down to 135. Not a lot of confidence in that. I don't see any new. They did a financing. They did a financing and it's at 150. Look at ONON, guys. Man, I mean, I had a chance to get into this, but I just obviously didn't think it was going to keep moving like it did. Now it's coming into potentially some resistance. Okay, ONON is an earnings play today, and it's coming into potentially some resistance. We're at 42.78 right now. The next high looking left is call it 43. Then you've got 43.35. You've got 43.50. So I don't know. I might struggle to get through this point right here. So anybody in YouTube, just let me know if you can hear me. See my screen, please. Don't be shy. Sure my mic is on in YouTube. It is. So yeah, so ONON, this could turn into a nice fade. Okay, thank you very much, Doug. Okay. In our YouTube room. This one, guys, I was gone at this point, but boy, what a run this LFS had at the end of the day. I was gone at this point. Left at about 2 o'clock in the room, and I didn't have this up on my screen at all. So LFS, what a run it had. Now it looks like it's down 9%, but remember, yesterday this was a $1.60 stock, but all the way up to 12, closed down here at 11. So yeah, it's down, but man, it's not a crazy low float either. It's a Japanese company, 12.5 million in the float. They said something about getting into 111 schools. I don't know what they do exactly, but educational support services. So they were getting into 111 schools. That was the see if I can see that. Yeah, contract to win to manage 111 Nagoya school facilities. So wow, I mean that was an amazing run. IPO from a few weeks ago. Man, yeah, got up to after hours, got up to 19 something. Not shortable for me. Now this one seems to be all over the place. They say ALKS. It had some news. There was an initial pop on that news, and then sort of a collapse, down 14% right now. Rises after their narcolepsy drug meets the main goal in mid-strike. So what do you think, William? I don't know if you've had a chance to look at this. Crazy action with this. Looks like a very positive press release to start, and that's what happened. Got up to $37, and then a massive fade. And that's ALKS. Next low looking left is around 28.41, 28.38 or so. So, but 60 cents of that next low looking left. Thank you, Dorf, also in our YouTube room. Not a huge move in this one, but this is an earnings play. I know a lot of people have been following this one for a long time. Wow, got up to $300. This is Circle Internet, CRCL, and this is an earnings play down 4.5. Well, it's down 4.5% now, underneath 100. It did actually pop to 100, got over 103 in the pre-market, and lost $10. So SI, not a lot of volume yet, but this is an earnings play, guys. This is not a lot of volume yet. It's up 27% though, only 24,000. Shoulder replacements. I don't think I've ever heard of shoulder replacements before. Knee replacements, yes, but not shoulder replacements. That's what I need, two of them. Seriously. Through the through the 200-day moving average. Might be a bit of a sleeper today, guys. CSIQ, it's had a tremendous run. Okay, it's up 4%. It's above, of course, the close of yesterday. Yesterday's high was 33, around 33.60. It took out the previous day's high of 33.23. You know, it's on the move again. Actually, it's an earnings play. I did not realize it. Okay, this is actually an earnings play. Okay. Reports a Q3 loss, but tops revenue estimates. Excuse me, XTIA. I do see this one here. So what was it? It was halted, I guess. No, closed at okay. So closed at $25 million private placement by Unusual Machines. Okay. So that's UMAC. So some kind of a deal I've got going with UMAC. See if it's affected UMAC at all. Pretty strange though, isn't it, William? I mean, that dropped $10. We're talking about the ALKS. Okay, CMCT, hanging over 10 now, over the VWAP. VWAP's at around $9. Actually, 940. Well, we have it here at if you count the pre-market, which I think you should. The VWAP's around $9. HYLN is an earnings play, guys. They're getting somewhat clobbered here, down 13%. HYLN. See, I saw this one. I almost took this short, but almost doesn't count. This BGLC. Not very many shorts available. Interactive brokers. There are 7,000 now. There were about 6,000 before. But I didn't see it up here. I saw it down here. What a short if anybody took this one. $7 down to 440. No, guys, my gap continuation scan I thought was really good yesterday. So I'm going to be paying most of my attention to that one all day long. I'm going to show you that in a bit. Nothing happens until 9:45. That's by design for me. I've got a we've got a time and sales or time and sales. We have a time of day filter. So I'm going to prevent any alerts from coming in until 9:45. FFMC, I think this is another another sub $1 stock. LPTX, another sub $1 stock. Lifting their guidance. Oh, I didn't even realize they were a running shoe. Didn't know they were an apparel company, to be honest. I thought for some reason they were a bio. Anyway, ON lifts their guidance despite ongoing challenges in the running shoe market. Now, I don't know. Now, I don't know. Do they sell running shoes in North America? And if they do, what's their brand? I've never seen them. I've never seen ON, but maybe it's a brand that I'm not aware of. Not ON, not necessarily calling the shoe ON, but some other name. Hmm. Was it OKLO? Okay, I don't see OKLO anywhere. Maybe it's because it hasn't moved very much. OKLO, you're right, is an earnings play up 2.8%. Meanwhile, ON just continues to move higher, guys. I mean, will this get stalled right up here? I mean, look at all the action in the daily chart right up here. Will it get stalled right there? No, William, I can't tell sometimes if you're just kidding. No, I know it's a Swiss company. I know, but I'm wondering, do they sell running shoes into North America? And if they do, what are they called? That's all. I know it's a Swiss company. That's what they're called, On Running. Never seen them. Never seen them. Really? I guess we're not as advanced as you guys are in Toronto and Vancouver. Okay. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. I've just never seen them. Bitcoin guys, Bitcoin's up a couple of thousand right now, 2,100. You can see what happened yesterday. It closed just below, I think it closed below the 200-day moving average. Okay, a little bit above it now. That green line, that's the 200-day moving average. I'm trying to hold it for the last 5 days or so. Now, what a day we had yesterday. I mean, we had I mean, the Dow was up huge. The Qs were down just a little. SPY was up a little. So there was a bit of a disconnect with the Dow being up huge and the Qs just being down a little. So let me take a look at some of the major sectors now. XLE, energy sector, where are you? Yeah, moving away now from the 200-day moving average. Give me one moment. Shuffling papers here. All right, let me take a look at some of the other ones. XLB. All right, so now challenging materials, challenging the 200-day moving average. It's been one of the few sectors below, and it's just challenging it now. It's still closed below it. Maybe today we'll pop above it. That green line, that's the 200-day. Consumer staples, that's definitely still under, but at least they had a little blip yesterday, but still way under the 200-day moving average. So my guess is that's the only major sector below. Yeah, look, wow, man, healthcare, all those months below. Financials must be moving away with what happened yesterday. Yeah, I mean, at least it got a little bit close. I mean, not when was this? This was on November 3rd. Got very close, getting close to that 200-day, but moving away. How about those regionals? Remember the regionals were dead. Yeah, at least above the 200-day moving average. Take a quick look at semis, way above. Yeah, no point in looking at the rest of them. They're all above. So the only one below, consumer staples. Well, and materials. We'll have to see what happens with materials today. See if it can close above. Let's look at industrials also. Yeah. So really, just consumer staples. Well, there's maybe the start of the fade now for onion. On $44 down to 43. I mean, you just have to think that right here. I mean, what is that price right there? That is 44, and the high right there is 43.50. Well, got above that. The high right there is 43.56. High right there 43.92. So it got up to 44.11. So that's where it got to. That blue line, that is where it got to this morning. Okay, guys. Actually, TME is an earnings play. Another pretty wild action. I mean, got up to 22, down to 20. So it was positive when it was here. Ganx, I'm hearing, guys. GANX is having a pop here. GANX having a pop. This looks like it is an earnings play, actually. We had it that earnings were on the 7th, but it doesn't look like they reported on the 7th. I'm gonna say this is an earnings play today, but also completes phase 1B enrollment in their drug. So I don't. I mean, nobody thinks they're making money. These little companies are making money, so that's really probably the big. Don't know why our provider has it on the 6th, on the 7th, but sometimes these little companies, they just do a switch. I know, Obi. Can't you see what I'm doing? I know. I see that. Yeah, there were a lot of shares available. You're right. Now I had a couple of. See again. This obviously this was not an earnings release here, but it looked like it was. I mean, look at the reaction the next day. So I don't know what to say. I'm just looking for any news on the 7th. All right, guys. Well, our fade on ONOM. I'm not in it, but it is looking like it is really trying to fade here. The VWAP is down here now, 41.12. So there's the VWAP right around here. Okay. Let's see if the VWAP holds it though. Okay. I mean, does it get close to the VWAP? Take it out. TME now. TME underneath 20. Earnings play. Now, it looks like there's some potential support around 1960 for TME. We're at 1995 right now. It's been in a descent for a while. Ganx continues to move here. GANX. Not a low float. 34 million in the float. I mean, it's not low. I mean, it's not high, but it's certainly not crazy low. See, look at that drop. 344 down to three, like almost right down to 310. I mean, that's a big percentage drop, just like that. Challenging three right now. All right, guys, 9:23. So I'm going to get the layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment. First thing I'm going to do, of course, always save my layout. Give me one moment, guys. Get one other thing up and running. Okay, so these are the top six. Okay, so what you're seeing here, the pre-market actives up. These are the top six. The other one I had before were the top 15. So I've got the top six right here. You can see the CMCT right here, of course. There's the onion down here, ONON. Now, CMCT, you got to watch this one now. We're sitting right on the VWAP. Okay, that purple line sitting right on the VWAP right now for CMCT. Okay, give me a moment. I don't know why I don't have this up and running. Okay. This is my compare count window with the relative volume taken out. This is the compare count window with the relative volume in. Those of you who know, if you're using relative volume, you will not get any pre-market data. So I just put this one up here just to see if we get anything sneaking in before another 4 minutes. And again, as I said before, my gap continuation or reversal scan, sharing all these guys, I'm sharing everything you see here. This will not start triggering until at least 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get anything at 9:45, but that'll be the first alert. Earliest alert will be at 9:45, and that's by design. Again, this was very low volume. Okay, SI still low volume. I'm sure it's going to pick up once the market opens, or 9:30. Only 26,000 shares so far for SI. It's an earnings play. It's actually holding well. You can't trade it yet. I mean, 1430, 1480 on the bid ask. So I'm assuming that will, of course, shrink somewhat, narrow somewhat once the volume starts coming in. Pretty low float, 10 million. Through the 200-day moving average. Well, ON, right back up, guys, right back up. So if you took that short, it was brief. I mean, look what it did. It touched the VWAP, and it just touched the VWAP. VWAP held, and it's approaching the high in the pre-market. A strong earnings play so far, 24%. I mean, that's a massive move. 225 million in the short. Yeah, I don't even know why we have TSX, SKM. Yeah, you can create alerts. You won't get any market data. There's just not enough Canadian subscribers, so Canadian exchanges want a fortune for their charting and all. Well, not charting, but it's complicated. So you can create a scan for Canadian stocks, but may as well not. I don't know why we even have the ability to do it. There's TME, guys. So there's TME earnings play moving down. You can get data for it, believe it or not, but it's I haven't tried it for so many years now. I don't trade Canadian. No, I'm Canadian, obviously, but I don't trade Canadian stocks at all. Can't get any chart data. Okay, guys, going to get rid of this now. These two. So just briefly, okay, what you can do, you can create a scan for Canadian data, and you'll get you'll get real time alerts. But when you click on it, you won't get any chart data, and you also what I used to tell people is just have it linked to your Canadian broker. or a chart that your broker has, and you'll get the data there. But it's not. We don't advertise it anymore. AXTI guys, AXTI. Let's take a look at this one. Big pop here. Big pop. Look at AXTI popping. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Yeah, man. ONON just took out the pre-market high like nothing. And you can see it right here. So again, nothing will happen in this window, this continue the gap window. Ooh, look at the opening. Man, the SPY. We've had some really interesting action. So here's our opening bar in the SPY. The SPY is still positive, but a little bit of a sell off on the opening bar. FTCI guys, FTCI. I think this is an earnings play. Yes, solar play, FTC, FTCI, solar play, earnings play. Hey, for those of you who don't mind more expensive stocks, keep an eye on the CRCL. This is an earnings play, Circle Internet, and this is an earnings play. Now, looking left on a monthly chart, the next low is $62. This was an IPO a few months ago, pretty successful for a while anyway, got up to almost $300 and down underneath 100 now. Great volume. BBAI was an earnings play yesterday, and we're closed. It got up to 697, closed down here at 6. And so, of course, it's above the close now. If it does take out yesterday's high, it could go on a bit of a run, but it is early. It is early. A lot of volume coming in, and that is BBAI. TME, guys, continues to make a move down. Earnings play. Wow, you really got hit hard. Went from 1985 down to 1862, just like that, coming into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average, the actual number is 1856. So that blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Will that act as support? Looking at a weekly chart, the next low is around 1803 on a weekly chart. So that was a big thumping. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay. So that's why I'm not really jumping into any of these things. Here's ABEO, guys. Let's see. This is an earnings play. So this could be interesting. ABEO. The next high looking left is around 540. That high right there is 504. So it's above that high. So the next high it's probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float, 49 million, not crazy low. And this is an earnings play, ABEO. So if you have an appetite for early trades, I'd be watching this one. See if it gets back over 5. And again, the next high, it does have some room. All right, so the Dow is up. Qs are up a little, SPYs are up just a little, but remember, we've got this opening 5-minute bar. It's hard to see, but yeah, the VWAP just dropped. So we're at the VWAP right now. Yep. purple line right there. Okay, Lyft. Is this an no, I don't think it's an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. Earnings were a few days ago. Still really good from earnings. You can see that yellow line right there. That represents that was post market. So the reaction was the next day. Okay, and since then, Lyft has been well lifting. Let's see what Uber is doing. So Uber's been kind of doing the same thing since its earnings play. Okay, release because it was pre-market. So that is the earn. That's a result, but it had a drop, but now it's sort of at the high of its earnings day, and that's Uber, UBER, of course. Yeah, CMCT not shortable for me, and now starting to drop. Lucid, Lucid, not an earnings play, but dropping. LCID. Earnings play, guys. GILT has some room to 14. 1408 is the next high. 1406 or so is the next high for GILT. And I know I repeat myself. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just looking to see where the next high is, where it could stumble if it got close. CNTA, what's happening with this one? CNTA, another one that had earnings a few days ago. Well, you can kind of see if it can get over 24.18. The next high is 25.43. So let's put a price alert right around there, 24.18, and see if that happens. Not that far away. Boy, TME. That was an awesome short that I didn't take. Look at this now through the still kind of at the 200-day moving average. All right, now there's this. Well, that was quick. CNTA got up to that level. It's a little early for me, but wow, look at it. It's really what that high right there is 24.15. Kind of hoping it would not do it so quickly. Hmm. You're right. Hasn't affected it at all. The shareholders are saying, okay, we're happy you raised at a lot higher price than what it was down here, of course. Yeah, 21.50 a share. So yeah, shareholders are not unhappy at all. So this is not an earnings play. AXTI is not an earnings play. Had earnings a few days ago. Nice continuation. 1144. Next hot. Wow, is this an all-time high? No, it's not an all-time high. Let me back out the monthly chart and see where that next high is. So we've got to go back 4 years, over 4 years, to see the next high on a monthly chart for this AXTI. So quite a while ago, guys. May not matter at all. See, for me, I know this is an AI alert, but for me, the next high is too close. So I'm not trying to dissuade anybody from taking it, but for me, the next high is too close. In fact, all this, I mean, if the next high had been up here at 645, I'd be probably all over this one. But I just find that the next highs are just too close for me. Okay, now this is a swoon now for LFS. So it got halted, and now actually I'm wrong. Well, it did get halted on the way down, but it actually got halted at 821. So it's still at the price, but it looks like this is going to be the big fade now. Not shortable for me, has not been shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but this is now looking like the big fade. I mean, the VWAP's at, yeah, so it's way underneath the VWAP right now. Open. Okay, what's happening with open? Open is, let's see now, got up to 870, basically flat. And guys, I'm just waiting for my gap continuation or reversal to start populating. I think I have them all up. Let me just see. Yeah, I've got the four scans in here, and they're all active. They're all active. Extremely easy, Stevie. Yeah, there's 4.5 million shares available for open at Interactive Brokers to short. Guys, I may be completely wrong about the ABEO. Okay, I'm not, but I just, it's an AI alert. Ooh, boy, this is well, could have been a lot more interesting. Look at that four. I have to put a price alert around 408 for this one. You can kind of see that if it can get over 408, then the next high is 488. It was an earnings play, got hammered down on earnings, ARQ. Surprised it would be hard to borrow with IB having 4.5 million shares or open. Yeah, I mean, is it guys? I mean, what can I say? ABEO. I mean, if you took it right at 522 and still holding some, that wouldn't be bad. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. See, move was resumed. Wow, big move from. Remember the? Yeah, I remember now this one from 2 days ago. Got up to $21. Closed down here at 11.89 or so. Little pop yesterday through the 200-day moving average again. Okay, so here we got a couple here. Now I'm more interested in the Well, I'm actually more interested in the reversals, but I saw a lot of nice, so it's sort of like a gap up and reverse. Let's take a look at gilt, GILT. Okay, guys, gilt for me is very interesting. I mean, it's got room down to 1228. Now, the one thing I really haven't determined, well, let's see if it's going to work for me. Oh, like, I mean, TME is just, so that's a gap down and go. So in other words, gap down and a gap up and go. But I'm in the gilt. I want to see if gilt has any run for me. A beautiful one yesterday with the HSAI. Now, the other thing I'm looking at, of course, is the market. Okay. Now, this is an earnings play. So a lot of times earnings plays don't care that much. But I mean, the market is certainly, I mean, putting in a nice big red bar. Okay, guys, got knocked out of the gilt. Okay. I'm going to take a look at it again. Got knocked out of the gilt, took a little loss on that one. I'm going to look at it again, though, on the 1289 level. Okay, guys, now another one here, ENGN. This is not an earnings play yesterday, but I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 9, though. So another one, guys, showing up on the gap up and reversal. Let's see. I mean, I'm looking to see, of course, this is an earnings play. Another one, gap up and reverse, which makes a lot of sense. You know, when the market's doing this, stocks that gapped up, they're following the market a little bit, I guess. But I usually say, I mean, earnings plays typically when they have news on their own, and this is obviously news on their own, don't tend to follow the market as much, but it can't hurt. So this is a gap down and reversal play, but I'm looking at, well, it has a little bit of room. Gap down and reversing. Yeah, so I hope nobody listened to me on the ABAO guys. Okay. I mean, that was an AI alert at 522. It got up to 560, right into this area. Okay, here's a gap up and go just over the whole number. GRMD, the next high looking left. It's kind of it's got some room, 1250 or so, 1245 or so. It's got some room. Let's see if this turns blue. This little wave here on the 5 turns blue. It's over the VWAP. Okay, little bit of a market pop, a little bit. Okay, after a couple of red bars down. Yeah, I'm watching the CRMD guys, see if it gets back over 12. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. Again, really watching the CRMD guys. If it gets back over 12, maybe get a bit of about 1210. I might take it. So here's a reversal now. Gap down. SWAN, or sorry, CWAN. So when you ask, am I able to trade Nihan in our YouTube room? Am I able to trade moves? I'm able to trade. Well, I shouldn't know. Why are you asking that question exactly? I mean, I wouldn't trade it. I mean, right now, 1359, 1459 is the bid ask. So is the question, because sometimes IB stops you from trading some of these? Is that what you mean? Because I didn't try. I did not try to trade move. Talking to Nihan in our YouTube room. I did not try to trade it. So okay, guys, CRMD. Yeah, so I couldn't tell you if IB would have allowed me to trade it because I did not try to trade it. Okay, now this is one from yesterday. Boy, this was really super active, as you can see. GAO, you can see what it did. I got up to $33, closed down here at 23, but it had a big rally, a big rally. So Nihan, did you try to trade move at Interactive Brokers they blocked you? Or that GLTO. I mean, it's hard, you got to be careful because of the float, guys. 1 million in the float. And, so you can have these great moves up, but big moves down just like that. So, all right, CRMD. Now, it doesn't have a lot of room, not a lot of room. Yeah, I didn't check. Anybody with IB, did anybody try to trade move? All right, go a little bit more, just a little bit more. I don't expect a lot out of the CRMD because when you look left, I think 1243 or something was the next high. 1242, yeah. Okay, guys, I've taken some off the CRMD. Again, I think that, that 1240 is pretty close. 1246 is pretty close. I've I've taken some off of the CRMD. Well, Perry is a gap up and go, but I wouldn't take it. A couple, well, you got that high right there somewhere. That would have been probably 3 months ago a high, but it's also just underneath the whole number. You know what? And even if it got over 11, I don't know, 1128 is pretty close. Look at the BGLC was getting rocked in the pre-market. So now this is a gap down and reversal play. Now I haven't played any of these. I've been playing more of the gap up and reverse. In our YouTube room, how do I see FTCI? I think it's not an earnings play, is it? I know I saw it in the pre-market, but take a look at it. It is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play. So, well, I mean, obviously it's good, 28%, but how do I see it now to buy it now? For me, it would have to take out 10. It's just the way I look at things. Though it's holding the VWAP, 958 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above. Other than that, not much more I can add. It got above 10. You can see in a weekly chart. On a monthly chart, there's a high right there of 999. So the next high in a monthly chart would be 1355. So I think, obviously if it can take out 10 again, could go on another run. Well, I'm getting many people are saying like Schwab and Fidelity, you could buy Move, but I never tried with Interactive Brokers, so I can't tell you. Wow. I am okay, guys. I mean, there's the high CRMD. I took some out around 1227 and 1210. So there's a gap up and go. So Michelle, you've got two choices, okay? Two choices. Hopefully you can see what you've got two choices. You just pick this one, okay? I'm sorry, this one. You've got this is the mobile version, and then there's a I don't know what it's called on your end, but you just pick this one. And this started on Monday, okay? And you just got to pick the I don't know what it's called, but there are two streams going, and that's the one you happen to be on. Just pick the other one, okay? Wow. Well, I was sort of wrong about. I mean, I was right and wrong about the CRMD that it might get blocked right here because now the next high is 1263. I can get through that. The next high is almost 13. So now I'm just going to try to ride the wave on this, guys, the CRMD. Though this was orange. I mean, I have to admit, this was orange before. Now the CWAN, this is another one I might want to short. Okay, guys, I've entered a short on the CWAN. And again, that's a gap up in reverse. And obviously got a ton of room. And I'm not saying it's going to get down here at 1663, but there is that room. Meanwhile, wow, CRMD. I wish I had my full position, but Sylvie, I mean, now the next high looking left is that 13 level. Okay, Michelle, did that work for you, picking the other stream? Well, I'm not having any success on these. Let's see, I want to see if this at least holds underneath 20, the CWAN. I'm not having as much success on the gap downs. This is not an earnings play, so it's not. I don't know why it's trading higher. I don't think it's an earnings play. I'm just watching this, guys. I want to see if it can hold underneath 20. Talking about the CWAN. Okay, I took myself out. I'll look at it again later on. Interesting that the gap up and reversals. Well, yeah, too bad. For a second, I would have been still in it. Wow, 10:06 already. Fast morning, guys. Now, gap up and reverse. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Good morning, Edric. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, CMCT. Too bad. All right, now I'm looking at the CWAN again. All right, let's see if the second time gets. I get a better success the second time of shorting this CWAN. Okay, guys, while I'm waiting, over my home page and the information you can find on my home page. So, Edric, okay, well, just give me a moment, okay? I'm going to go over all that. Just give me a moment. I'm going to show you the scans and information that I'm sharing, okay? All right, guys. So on my home page, and I'm watching the CWAN. Love to see it get into the low 70s. On my home page, you click on my homepage link. Here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas using Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what subscription you choose, okay? Either our standard or premium. But again, that 15% on a monthly is good for the first month only, okay? Well, I ask, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. I see people using my code enough times, so keep the rooms free, okay? Now, before I keep going, welcome to the rooms. If you are new to these rooms, welcome. When I say rooms, I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main room. Okay, so if you're in YouTube and you want to come into what I call the trading room, there's a lot more action in here. There's more traders. Okay, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into the trading room. Okay, and this is the format. So this room is open at actually around quarter to 7 Eastern time, morning, of course, and I don't do it. Obi does it, and then I open YouTube. I open a little bit earlier today, but usually by about 8:30. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so time zone not conducive to my opening the room at quarter to 4 my time. So that's why Obi does it. Now I usually go to about 2 o'clock, but I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even after I leave, William in the main room, this room here, usually keeps the room open after I leave. I'll find out how much longer he wants to keep it open. Give me one moment on the CWAN. Okay, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do, okay, so if you've clicked on my homepage link, the first thing you must do is the education section. And we have some videos, 12 short videos to get you started. That's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Mandatory you do that. If you do not have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, is this right for you? You can start off on that with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd want to try us. You can try us for a month. Okay, it's not you're not there's no big commitment. Try us out for a month. Okay. If you're new to trading, Back to Basics is for you. Free series of videos. I think there are 15 of them. Free series of videos if you're new to trading. Well, I am not having any luck on this. Okay, I'm going to exit that again. Okay, my CWAN short. I had a little bit of profit on it. I was in at around 1993. It got down to 1990 or 80 or so, but I was looking for a lot more. But okay. Meanwhile, the GLTO just ripping. Okay, now, if you're looking for my scans, so this will answer your question, Edric. If you're looking for my scans and you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. Okay, so this is what I am sharing. Technically, they're not all scans. This is really a scan because it's giving you real-time alerts. This is some alert windows in here. This is compare count window. So there it is. Edric, you're looking for the compare count window is right there. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside is right here. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Pulse resumes is over here. I do have some other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. I have a momentum scan and then the Pepe combo scan. So you can take a look at these. I do have a couple of races that I'm sharing. I do not have them up and running. Okay. So I don't share the layout. You can pick and choose what you want. Now it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. Boy, PAL was a good one for my AI guys. PAL, that was a really nice one for my AI. I saw it up here, the gap up and go, but I was distracted. Too bad. Looks like the gap up and goes are, even though the market is doing this, seem to be better than in this scan here. I'm not staying away from the because of the float but I've been doing other things, so it's really that simple. I mean, I can't concentrate on it. This type of stock. I'd have to like stop talking, put myself on mute, figure out a way, and then really monitor it. Nah, it's okay. I mean, there's all sorts of opportunities. Now, remember, if you load any of my scans right now, you're not going to get all the previous alerts that I've got here, okay? Including on the compare count, okay? When you load any of my information, you will start getting data. So I say it's 10:15 right now Eastern time. That's when you'll start getting your data. You're not going to get all the previous data, if that makes sense, okay? Look at what happened with guilt. This is when I shorted earlier, and it just turned around. So it looks like the gap up and goes are right now anyway for the more profitable ones. Certainly, the CRMD was turned out to be a monster for me. All right, guys. Just looking at now, I mean, do I dare? ICHR is another one, a reversal play. You can see it right there, 1641. We're getting a lot more gap up and goes. So let me explain what you're seeing here. The gap continuation or reversal scans. Okay, so this is a multi-strategy window. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window, if you don't have a lot of screen space, maybe you've only got one monitor and you've got several alert windows, several scans that you've created, and you want to put them into one window, you can do it. Now, screen space is not a problem for me, but what I'd like to do sometimes is to put similar scans in a multi-strategy window. So these are all gap scans. What does that mean? So if I right click in this multi-strategy window and I go to strategies, a box pops up, and these are just individual alert windows. That's all they are. The gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. So the gap up and go, what it's looking for are stocks that, there's filters in place, of course. They had to have a specific gap, a minimum gap, both percentage wise and dollar wise. And then at the time of the alert, the stock was making a new high. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to continue. Okay. But that at the time of the alert, it made a new high. Gap down and go is just a reversal. Stock gap down. And at the time of the alert, it was making a new low. Again, doesn't mean it's going to continue. Now, this is what I've been a little more successful with the last few days, the reversal plays, but not today. The gap up and reverse was very successful for me yesterday. And that's a stock that gapped up and then starting to reverse, and then the gap down and reverse, stock that gap down and then reversed. So if you just want to follow reversal plays, and you can uncheck these, the gap down and go and the gap up and go. If you only want to go long, I guess you could just go up, take a look at the gap down and reverse and the gap up and go, things like that. But they're all checked right now. So Brenda, I'm going to show you on our YouTube on my homepage. I'm going to show you because I'll explain. I'll show you once, okay? But as a reference, if you click on my homepage link, okay, as a reference, click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, okay, where it says more info. Click on that, and at the top here's our user guide, okay, and M window, okay. So there's your reference to what I'm going to talk about, okay. That's your reference. The M window, multi-strategy window. It's all in the guide here. So you might want to, so I'm going to, because I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm going to say right now, but this is what you can do. This is how it starts. So you only alert windows, okay? Only alert windows can be put into a multi-strategy window. I've only got one other alert window up and running. So the first thing I do, if knowing I want to, so imagine I had several of these alert windows, but it's the same principle for each one. So you right click, and go to collaborate and copy all. Okay, copy all. And then I'm going to go to new from the toolbar and multi-strategy window. Now it popped up on my other monitor. So here it is. So I right click in the multi-strategy window where it says strategies, new strategy, collaborate, paste. So here it is. So just think of it this way. So you start off with your alert window, you right click, you collaborate, and then copy it. So you've copied the window, and then you start a new multi-strategy window from new, the toolbar, and then you right click, strategies pops up. So if you wanted to put in another one in, so imagine you had another alert window, you would do the same thing. You would collaborate it with it, and then you hover over strategies, and then go to that new strategy, and then collaborate and paste it in. You just keep doing that, okay? So a little complicated, but again, it's all in the guide. And then you can give it a name, of course. You just give it a name, window name. You can color code them. It's easy once you know how. Yes, it's very easy once you know how. But that's why I say, go to the guide as a reference. Telling you guys, the gap up and go is really working well today. I'm surprised because I mean, certainly the market is not helping. But a lot of times when their earnings plays, they just trade on their own. They don't care that much about, or if they have any news at all. In this case, this is earnings. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, the nice thing about a multi-strategy window is this. You can put as many scans, alert windows in here as you want, but you don't have to have them all checked. Okay. So for instance, you might, so you can have like 30 or 40 if you want. In fact, in our channel bar, you'll see some multi-strategy windows with so many strategies, but you don't have to have them all checked. you know, Depending on the day, you might say, well, you know what, on a day like today, I'm going to have, three of them checked out of the 30 that you might have in here, if that makes sense. You don't want to have them all checked. Okay. And now this is not the end of the world here having these all checked, but imagine you had 30 alert windows in a multi. You don't want to have them all checked because you'll get inundated with alerts. You'll never get anything done. Okay. So that's a nice thing about a multi-strategy window. You can load all your alert windows in. and then just check the ones you want to see for the day. Oh, CWAN, you're tempting me again. Boy, this Perry, what a nice move. I mean, it's an earnings play, PERI. Um, where is the next high looking left on the monthly? 1144. Well, it's got room on a monthly anyway. Now, I've got this over here also, okay? Now, I can give this to you if you want. You don't have to. This just tells you the first time of the alert, okay? It's sort of it's the don't repeat, but notice it's not. See, I had guilt here, but I also have it here. So what it is don't repeat within the strategy. So if somebody wants this, I can give it to you, so you can kind of see, okay, what did it do from the alert? Okay, so if you want it, I can give it to you. It's not on my homepage. Mm. All right, guys. Well, boy, Perry is surprising me. 1129 is the next high on a weekly chart. Also, that's a daily high somewhere. Just give me a moment, please. Well, I cannot chase it. It's like one of these that just looks like they're going to keep moving higher and higher and higher. Now, the ICHR, okay, had the alert at 1641, but I've had no, I mean, it's got so much room. $15 is the next low. I mean, it's got so much room. I've just had no luck shorting today on those reversals, gap up and reverse. Completely out of this one, guys. Now that worked out extremely well. The CRMD, I wish I hadn't taken any offer on the 1228 mark, but that worked out really, really nicely. And that was also on a gap up and go. See how they're coordinated, okay? Anything it's interesting that With the gap down and reverse, which I've had none. I don't think I've had any today. Oh, I'm wrong. Well, I had the GLTO. Wow, what a gap up, gap down and reverse, 2373. Ooh. Turns into a nice watch list for the day, guys. That's the other reason I like this because I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from here? You know, what happened from that alert? Has it moved much? Maybe it hasn't moved very much. I have to admit, guys, I'm really not paying that much attention to the compare count window. Um, Now this is super active right now because we're in earnings season. Let's take a look at how many. Expand this a little bit. So we had one. Actually, we have not as many as I thought. We have one, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So seven out of these were earnings plays. Okay, well that's encouraging. So seven out of the 16 were earnings plays. Encouraging in that I want this window to keep working even when we're out of earnings season. I mean, it'll work, but, we won't get very many, we won't get that many alerts, which is okay, maybe, even if I've only got about, 10 a day, that'd be fine. Just looking at some, earnings plays, guys, not anything, how did that circle end up doing? CRCL continuing, yeah, continuing down. Well, I did not take this short of, ICHR, did not take it. Alright, CMCT is trying to, if I can click on the alert, CMCT is trying to curl off 8, I think. Yeah, you can see how the wave is starting to change. It's curling up. See if it transitions to blue. Now the only issue is the VWAP is far enough away. Yeah, it's at $9, so that's far enough away. It's still up 64%. It is underneath, but there is look at that though. The 200-day moving average is just above it, so that might block it. 200-day moving average is at 863, so that could block it also. I was thinking SCSIQ might have a nice run, but running the other way. Still probably up for the day. No, it's not up for the day now. Okay, well, there's yesterday's low. Actually, in the earnings play today, there's yesterday's low. I'm going to put a price alert right around that area and see if that holds it. But it's actually down for the day now after being up. Boy, the halts resumes is pretty inactive today. Usually this is full. All right, well, you guys keep talking about this LPTX. It's not showing up anywhere for me because it's underneath a dollar. But let's take a look at it. LPTX. Yeah, barely. Well, what did it get to? Got up to a dollar nine or so, dollar eight or so. Yeah, I mean, if you got in earlier here, I mean, you're just hugging the wave. So if you're watching CRCL, you can see it's just trying to nudge itself underneath 90 now. Okay. And the next low, I mean, the next low is 62. That's this is the month it went public. Okay. So not saying it's going to get down to 62, but from $300 down to 89. And this is an earnings play. CRCL is an earnings play. So again, it's sort of an interesting day. I mean, we're getting a little disconnect in the market again. I mean, the value stocks are still pretty strong. The Dow is up 300, Qs are down a little, and the SPY's down a little. Remember the Dow was up 500 yesterday. Boy, there's the parry that I didn't take. Oh well, maybe another one. Big one from yesterday was the Pubmatic PUBM. Take a look at this one, PUBM. It actually was a really good one yesterday because look what it did. It was an earnings play yesterday, and it closed right near the high of the day. The high of the day was 11, a little over 11. It closed just around 11. So that was really nice. However, it is giving it up today. ANVS. Let's take a look at ANVS. What is it doing right now? So a cheap one, next high looking left is too close for me anyway. 260, you're at 246 right now. So too close for me. Boy, there's some earnings plays. I'm so surprised at the lack of volume. I mean, look at this one. This is an earnings play, guys, and is 5,000 shares have traded. RGS. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:43 and it's Wednesday. So you know what that excuse me, you know what that means? But I want to make sure it's going to happen. To verify it. So it is Wednesday. So the last few Wednesdays, like many Wednesdays between 12 and 1, the CEO of Trade Ideas starts a YouTube stream. So you can ask some questions. Okay. And that's between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Don't have the link yet. The link will be, I'll probably have the link at about quarter to 12. So what I'll do, and it's a new stream. It's a new YouTube stream. So you can't stay in the YouTube stream you're in now if you're in YouTube. But I'll give you the link. Just don't have it yet. So it's your opportunity to ask the CEO questions. LPTX just got halted. Good for you. I'm just hearing it now. LPTX just got halted, and that should be good for you guys. Well, let me just show you what's happening here. So this blue screen, I don't think I've displayed it today. This blue window that you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, it's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price for LPTX. This column trying to show you where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So it got halted at 10:44 plus 48 seconds. So if it's a 5-minute halt, just do the quick math, 10:49 plus 48 seconds. Now, what you want to see, if you're in this one, you'll want to see a number greater than 113, $13. Okay. This number doesn't have to remain, but this is trying to give you a bit of a glimpse as to where it could open. Now, it's the first halt of the day, I believe. Usually, the first halt is reasonable. So you just got to hope that it opens above 113. Can't do anything about it right now. It's halted. So you see how it fluctuates. Ooh, my! Is this a lifetime low? This is a lifetime low, guys. Yeah, it's made a series of lifetime lows. CCOI had earnings a few days ago. I got slammed down, and it's been just continuing down on earnings, and it's underneath 20 right now. Hmm. This a lot of shares available for me. 2 million at Interactive Brokers. Like, who's going to step in and buy this thing? All right, guys. HMY. The original alert for HMY was at 1886, so we're just underneath 19 now. All right, we're getting close now. 10:49 plus 48 seconds. So, but a minute from now, if this is a 5-minute halt, LPTX will open. So let's see what we see. Still a big, no big clue, guys. I mean, normally a big clue still says 112, $12, halt price 113. All right. Okay, guys. Sorry. CCY. Okay, I short this. I'm sorry. LPTX open. What did it open at? A little bit lower, but if it pops through that 113, that might give me an opportunity. Well, usually the first halt is good. Usually the first halt is good, Rick, and there's no, so you can see it's a little bit above the halt price. When I say good, it means it usually can open above the halt price or at least get at some point above the halt price in a decent way. The second halt can be sometimes okay. It's usually the third halt where you see a lot of profit taking. Now, again, that's not scientific. It's just what we've noticed over the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 years since we've had the halts resume scan. So far, so good. So the next step, of course, is, I mean, you look left on a monthly chart. I mean, it's got 3,459. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high. Oh, I'm so glad I didn't try to reshort CWAN. I was going to reshort it, and I was going to take a few more shares than I would normally take, thinking third time lucky, but didn't do it. I'm glad I didn't. eToro, guys. This was, I think, an earnings play yesterday. ETOR. I was told this is a big broker over in Europe. Carlos told me that yesterday. Yeah, there's an earnings play. Actually, it was an earnings play 2 days ago. And had a decent reaction the following day. Tried today. You can see it got above yesterday's high, but now starting to give some of it back. Okay, the onion guys, ONON, sitting around 42. What is it going to do at 42? Is it going to, well, you can see, okay, you're getting a orange wave now underneath the VWAP. This could be the start of something underneath 42. Could be the start of a decent fade. Is Tesla falling apart? Really? Well, okay, it's down 2.5%, but okay. But you're right. I mean, it's a nice steady drop, but the market is. I mean, it's just a strange market. I mean, the Dow is still up quite a bit, and SPY and the Qs are down. I know you meant LPTX, not PLTX, just in case people are typing in PLTX and saying, "Wait a minute, what's he talking about?" So you mean LPTX? You're just getting excited. That's all. All right, one more leg down for me in the CCOI. Really like that. Couldn't see any reason why people would step in. Oh, bigger leg down. I love the. I mean, this has just been reamed. This was not that long ago. $45 stock. That was so about less than a month ago. This was a $45 stock. CCOI. 1940 now. Wow. Now this excuse me. This did not show up here. This showed up here in the compare count window. That's where I saw it. How far can I ride this down? I mean, there's no support, of course, because it's a lifetime low. No chart support. Well, this would have worked had I taken it. ICHR. The alert was at 1641. I didn't take it. Yeah, there is a disconnect definitely between the value and the growth stocks for the last couple of days anyway. Okay, I'm going to try to induce this downwards, the CCOI. Was there news for this one, this LPTX? I think there was. I know I saw it in the pre-market, but I typically don't look at stocks under a dollar. Was there news on this one? Has not that it matters. It matters not. Okay, it has earnings coming up on the 17th. They had a they had some kind of SEC 10Q report. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Okay, after the company reported better. Oh, okay. Well, I'm surprised. I mean, it's hard for me to believe this is running because of this, but okay. Better than expected Q3 earnings per share results. Usually these little guys, I mean, earnings is just not that big a deal. But we did not have it as an earnings play. We have it on November 17th. Okay. Well, this is giving me a nice trade now, guys. CCOI. If it gets back up to the close to 1950, I'm going to take some off. Otherwise, I'm just going to try to ride the wave down as much as I can. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything else happening on this one? IMMX, the high of the day, as Obi just pointed out. Got some room, 391. So completely off topic, guys, in my mouse journey. So I did read where Bluetoothing a mouse. Not all mice can be Bluetooth, as I've discovered, but they say that you can get more lag or something. I haven't seen any sort of lag whatsoever by Bluetoothing this mouse. None, zero. I mean, this is very responsive. Maybe if I were gaming or something. Okay, I've just taken some off, guys, of the CCOI. I said I would take some off. I've got close to the 1950 mark. So that would be a question for you, Pepe. So I could take that. I could free up a port. Just take that USB right out. but I haven't seen any lag at all. Just whipping the mouse around. In fact, it almost seems like it's improved. It's the only way I could get it working again by Bluetoothing it. I know there's gotta be another way, I get it, but I decided to try it and, man, I mean, it's great. Yeah, exactly, whatever works. And certainly a lot easier if you're on the go and you can just anyway, I just thought I'd, and how are you doing? Is, 3rd day? How are you doing? Getting better every day? Can you actually see a change from day to day, or is it I mean, is that crazy to ask? No change, okay. Well, I obviously have to schedule an appointment with SI. Developed a shoulder replacement system. Never heard of that before with both my, torn rotator cuffs and both my, shoulders. ONON, guys. I mean, I sort of keep looking at this one. It, keeps trying to break underneath 42. Only when I do certain things, Pepe. That I mean, obviously, I'm getting way off topic here. I can lift, I can pull up, no problem. I can, do rows to my side, no problem. I cannot lift straight forward though. That makes sense. I cannot do any movement straight forward, like in front of me. But how many times do I have to do that? And in operations are no guarantee. Yep, I can sleep okay. Yep. If I were still, very active in sports and all that, I guess I'd have to do something, but, I'm not. Yeah, I had the MRIs done and, doctor said, "Are you familiar with the term hot mess?" And he showed me how everything was just torn and anyway, sorry guys, I don't wanna yeah, but I don't need to raise my arms in bike riding. I can still do weights. It's crazy. I can still do weights and stuff. You can do bike, curls, just can't do anything straight out in front of me. Really, a gel injection, interesting. I've never heard of that before. I've been going on 3 years with this, so that's why I'm so used to it. I'm not, just have to make sure I don't do, the motion, as he said, that will, rip it more. Guys, JMIA, which I almost took on the 10 break, but I did not take it, unfortunately. This is, uh this is a short opportunity. Wow, That's kind of why I didn't want to do it. A nice one though. So it's not a cure. It's just pain relief. It's not really a cure. Okay, guys, engine. Okay, I've got to keep an eye on this one to see if it really takes out 9. Because if it does, look at the low here of yesterday, 780. I've really got to keep an eye on this one. I had the original alerts. Oh, okay, so it's steroids. So okay, so it's not a cure. It's just a pain. I'm not sure I'd want to do that because that you could keep ripping. ENGN had the alert at 916. I'm sorry, guys. I should not have not to deviate from trading. What time is it now? 11:08. I haven't got a confirmation yet that it'll be Dan. Let me just see. Okay, Steve's going to ask. Just want to make sure. Yeah, ON. I mean, it's so tempting, isn't it? I mean, it's just hanging underneath 42 now, and it's curving down underneath the VWAP. Problem is, I mean, it's still very strong, of course, as a strong earnings play. Well, that's a problem, Steve, because if you don't feel the pain, then you're going to do things that cause it to rip more. And we all know, cortisone shots do not last forever. Well, we don't all know, but I know. Boy, this onion, ONON. I know you took it. I know you did take it. PTN is flying. It must be under a dollar. No, it isn't. Wonder why I'm. Okay. My halts resumes. Minimum is 20,000 shares. That's why it's not showing up. No, what the heck? This got to be a reverse split. Like, what is going on here? There's got to be well, I mean, yesterday. Are you kidding me? I want to make sure that's the date. Now, okay, so it stopped trading as PTN. Okay, as on in May of this year. You can see that candle right there. So we got to get rid of that. And then they price their this. So this is sort of, well, it's not. I guess it's an IPO, but no volume at all. It looks still pretty strong, that LPTX. Like as long as it holds, the original halt price was what, 113. I think as long as it holds 113, I think you're pretty good. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:11. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, here's the move, the gap down and go. I don't think I've got shares available. No, I do not have shares available to short this one at Interactive Brokers. This is now a gap down and go, but I do not have shares available. Yeah, look at the ONON. Yeah, it's just the fact that it's a strong earnings play. That's been keeping me out of it. I think it would really have to start giving it up a lot more, like for me, like 41.58 maybe. This is such a strong earnings play. I mean, look what it did. I mean, look at the daily chart on it. Sinking, sinking, sinking ahead of earnings, and then boom. Now, it looks worse than great short at 45. Well, guys, I'm still waiting on a confirmation that, okay, yeah, Dan will be starting a YouTube stream at noon Eastern. Actually, usually does it a little bit before that. So I'll just have to wait to get the link and I'll put the link in the main room and also on YouTube. YouTube, I don't know. Is there anybody there? Been no questions out of YouTube today other than the screen sizing issue. But other than that, there's nothing happening in YouTube. I'd love to short this ENGN. It's just that I've had no luck shorting today other than that CCOI on these gap up and reversals. I've not CCOI did not show up here. All right, guys. Well, not too much that I'm seeing right now. I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts, my other monitor. All right. Well, your ONON at rejected 42 again. Your ONON. All right, guy. Well, I'm I'm watching the ONON still. I'm it's just hovering around that 42 mark. It's still under the VWAP, way down. Market is not helping, but it's an earnings play, so it's strong on its own. Well, if you had moved shorts, there's a great alert. The alert was at 1260 if you had them. I didn't have any move shorts. All right. How about others? Sound still good? Okay. Just want to make sure it's not widespread. I haven't seen any disconnect from the media servers. Just want to make sure it's in the main room. Okay. So it's on your end, Steve, but he can't hear me. Gonna have to. Got to be something on your end. Hmm. Well, I wonder if that's a TELUS situation. I mean, we've had. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know about the onion. I hope it works out for you. Can I provide Colgate Palmolive? What's the symbol? CL. Okay. Well, I mean, it's had earnings pre-market, so had earnings here, and it's been a decent run from earnings. But other than that, I don't really. I mean, it's coming into maybe some resistance up here. I mean, what did it get up to today? Got up to almost $80. You look left, and there's stuff at $80. So it's not really trading abnormally. 0.76. So it's not trading abnormally today. What are you looking to do with it? I'm not a swing trader at all, okay? So, but, obviously it's had a nice run, 74 to 79. Big float, 800 million in the float. So, gonna take a bunch to move it. So, what are you looking to do? Looking to day trade it today or well, see, I wouldn't. I have no entry on this. Like, but for what? A swing trade or a day trade ever? Are you talking about intraday or are you talking about as a swing? If I were bound to determine I wanted to buy this. Oh, it's a swing. So wrong person to ask. I mean, look, it has already it's gone from 74 to 79 off earnings. When you look left, to me, there's all sorts of little areas that could keep stalling. So it to me, there's just not enough room for it to keep moving. I mean, but listen, don't let me stop you. I'm not a swing trader, but it had a great reaction to earnings, and it's continuing to move higher. But when you look left, I mean, you can kind of see that there's all sorts of areas that could stall. I mean, if I looked left and then the next high on the daily chart was, I don't know, 85 or something, fine. But, look at all these little areas that where it could stall. Doesn't mean it's going to stall. And the other thing is with that sort of a float, 800 million in the float, what's going to get it moving again? I mean, it had earnings. Obviously, the reaction was decent, but now what? Well, then I have no idea if there's going to be any potential news. No idea whatsoever. I mean, it had earnings. That was the big. Every 3 months, a company's going to have earnings. So, I mean, look at the downtrend it was in. It had earnings and it kind of popped off earnings, but after that, what more can you look forward to? I'm not saying there's nothing that they can say, but earnings is usually, every 3 months, companies release earnings, and that usually is what gives them some juice for a while. Well, again, don't let me stop you. If you want to buy it, I'm not a swing trader, but that's what I'd be looking at. But don't let me stop you if you think it's worthwhile. If I were in this LBTX, or sorry, LPTX, I'd be wanting that 113 to hold. That was the original halt price. I'd like to see that 113 hold. All right, guys, 11:26, so half an hour or so. I think Dan usually starts about 5 too. So, and Dan, I'm talking about the CEO of Trade Ideas will start a YouTube stream of his own. So, those of you who are on YouTube who are very silent today, um, I'll put the link in. Okay, could I tell me on your daytime frame chart, how do you see the OHLC info next to the symbol? Don't know what you mean by that exactly. So here's gilt as an example. Okay, this is today. There's the little jet there is the current price. There's the high right there. There's where it opened. So I'm not sure what you mean. You mean here, up here? So I'm hovering over it. Is that what you mean? So are you using the browser? Are you using the browser-based charts? Because when you do that, you don't get all the. That's why I don't like to use the browser-based charts on my daily chart, because if I go to browser-based charts, That line does not appear up here, okay? That if that's what you mean, that's why I don't like the browser-based charts on my daily chart, because I do like I think I understand, because now you see everything up here when you look at a bar. Doesn't matter whether it's an OHLC or a candlestick chart. Is that what you mean, though? 'Cause that's the top line that you're talking about, right? Yeah, so if you right click on your chart, you probably have use browser interface checked, right? See what I'm doing? I'm right clicking on the chart and down here, use browser interface. When you do that, you won't see it like up here. I don't see it, okay? Because I've got the browser interface checked, okay? Now, how you can see it, but I find it, it's a pain. If I left click on the chart, on the candle, the little box pops up. And then I can see it, I can go back and I can see all that. I don't like that. So if you left click on the bar, candle or bar, doesn't matter whether you're using OHLC or a candlestick chart, you left click on and the box will pop up. Well, that's a question to ask Dan. I mean, there are some, just stuff between the legacy charts and the browser-based chart. I mean, I like the browser-based charts because that's the only way I can see the trade wave. Okay, so that's why I like the browser-based charts in order for me to see the trade wave. These two, I don't care about seeing the trade wave, so that's why I have them off. Oh, I agree. I mean, but here is everything I've got is up here. You're right. I mean, it's nice to see everything I've got is up here. There's my volume R. There's my SMA 200. If I had other indicators up here, yeah, it's all up here. Oh, I completely understand. But you can ask the CEO in half an hour if you want, and ask him why are there so many differences between the browser-based charts and the legacy charts. That's a deal killer for me to use the browser-based charts on a daily chart because I quickly want to see this stuff up here. Here, I don't care as much. And having the trade wave outweighs, the fact that I cannot see that information quickly. Hmm. Interesting. The gilt showed up as a gap down and go. I'm sorry, it showed up as a gap up and reversal play earlier in the day, and now and it showed up as a gap up and go later on. All right, now The market is starting now. It looks like it maybe put in a bottom at 681, so the market is starting to do its thing again. Maybe we have that giant recovery like we had yesterday. There's the VWAP right on top. I'll put a price alert around the VWAP. See if it takes it out. UNCY, UNCY. Let's take a look at this one. UNCY through the 200-day moving average, coming right into that red line that you guys don't have access to yet. I'm sure Dan is going to address that. I know in the next build it's going to be there, but there's a, I don't want to call it a bug, but in order to, it's just kind of craziness the way you have to do it. So they have to fix that. But anyway, that is the next high on a daily chart somewhere. When I say somewhere, I could back this daily chart out, enough. And that's at 9:53. Sorry, 5:53. So yeah, I would be back somewhere back here. So guys, I'm still in the CCOI, and that's it for me. Still hanging on to that short of CCOI. I've taken some off around the 1950 mark, and I want to hold on, see if I can ride the wave a little bit further down. See how it's flattening out though. Yeah, that LPTX, I mean, I think for me, had I been this, I think I mentioned, like to see it hold that 113, that first halt price. And so far, it is not holding it. All right, guys, I'm back. And looking at our big magnolia tree in the backyard, which has thousands upon thousands of leaves. There are four left. So we must be getting close to winter. All right, how do you get the orange wave? Okay, well, just the wave in general. Okay, I mean, it happens to be orange here. It can be blue. So for those of you who want to know how to get the wave on your charts, okay, I'll put it on here on this daily chart because I don't have it on here. I'll show you the steps. So the first thing that you have to do is right click and pick. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it, but use browser interface, okay? Use browser interface. Now, the reason why it's showing up here is because I've done this before, but for you guys, if you've never enacted the wave, then let me uncheck it again. So you notice there all those, see the icons are up here. These icons up here. When I right click, use browser interface, icons kind of change a little bit, and one of the icons now is the indicator icon. What do you mean I'm not sharing? What do you mean I'm not sharing? I don't understand that. I mean, you can't see? If you can't see, you might have to do a refresh or something because okay, you might have to do a refresh, okay? There's, an almost circular icon, maybe in the top right-hand corner of the and you just do a refresh, or you might have to change browsers. 'Cause I'm unless I get a lot of people saying I'm not sharing, but, my that's my sharing, and it's not grayed out. Okay, you see now, good. Okay, so I'll start again. So I'm gonna demonstrate on the daily chart because so right now the wave is not on, okay? So if I right click, and this is any chart, I'm just using the daily chart, of course, as the example. If I right click and pick use browser interface, okay, you've got to select that. When I do that, now the wave is going to appear because I've done this before. But if, and I guess I'm not just talking to you, Edric, anybody else who wants the wave on their charts. So the next step now is that there is a, now, depending on the version of trade ideas you're using, you might see FX as one of the options up here. I'm pointing at FX, or hopefully you've got this little indicator icon to the left of the anchor. And when you click on the indicator like icon, Trade Wave is one of the options. And when you click on Trade Wave, now this is a toggle on and off because if I click on it now, the wave will disappear. So I click on it again and the wave appears. Okay. Now, if you cannot see the icons at all, some of you say, well, I've done all this, but I can't see any icons. That's because your chart is probably too small. I'll just duplicate the chart. So for instance, if your chart isn't tall enough, and if it's tall enough, there it is, but maybe it's not wide enough. Okay. So it's got to be a certain size in order for you to see those icons. Now, you don't have to. So if you want to enact the wave, notice the wave will still remain, okay, even if you shrink your chart down. But you have to be able to see it, and then you can resize your chart to whatever you want. I just happen to have a big chart here. Okay, so that's basically what the wave is all about. And orange is a weak trend, and blue is a stronger trend. And don't forget to save your work, okay? You don't have to do it every day. Just save your work, save your layout, and so that you don't have to do it every day. Now, I choose not to have the wave for on my daily chart because I like to see all this information up here at a glance when I scroll when I hover over a bar. Doesn't matter whether it's a like this OHLC or a candlestick. Doesn't matter. Now, is that for me only, Pepe? Oh, okay. So I'm looking here. This is the gear I've got. So that's just for you guys, okay? Oh yeah, connectivity check. I see that. Yeah. That's cool. I guess that's new. I guess he's put that in there. So if I start the test, I'll just do it. Hopefully it doesn't boot me out, but let me just, oh, I see. I don't have to really test as long as everything is checked. Yeah, so as long as I have check marks and, everything is good. Okay, cool. I'll have to remember to tell people to do that. Well, it's good to know. So what Pepe was saying is that now what we call the hamburger, I never so the hamburger, so now you can check if you're thinking that and do the connectivity check. So I guess if you start the test, then you should get check marks if everything is okay. If you don't, then there's something wrong. TCP test always seems to fail. Okay, so ignore it. Okay. Okay, guys, so it is getting close to noon, guys. So yeah, this graph, I don't even look. Are you talking, so Thomas? Are you talking about the graph here that I'm pointing at, the compare count or the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside? This is just telling you the rapidity. How, you know, what does it say? Alerts per second, zero point 0.1. So obviously there are more here back in 1102. Yeah, that's all it's telling you. So right now, it's green. There are more green alerts happening, and here's the rapidity of them. Sometimes, when all of a sudden you get a big spike up here, that just means there's just a lot more action in this scroll. That's all it means. I really don't pay that much attention to it, to be honest. Okay, because you can see right now the FTCI. That's a lot, and it's not like at the beginning of the day. This is really rapidly scrolling. At the beginning of the day. But I really don't pay that much attention to it. I really just pay attention to what is actually what has been scrolling. Okay. And again, this is just what we call a compare count window. So movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. So imagine you had two scans that you created, two alert windows that you created with similar filters. In other words, similar same price range, minimum volume, uh, very like almost maybe even identical filters. And then you said, okay, show me the stocks with those filters that are moving higher versus the stocks with those filters that are moving lower. You're sort of running two competing scans against each other. So right now, like 71% has been green coming through here. That's what that percentage in the cylinder. But you can see, I mean, it's just dried up. There hasn't been one for a while because you can sort of see, look at red, nothing. But I have to admit, I don't really pay that much attention to the squiggle. All right, CCOI underneath 1950 again. I know, and I know there's a way, like I don't even know if I can get rid of all this. Like I don't really care about this, I don't know if there's a way to get rid of it. I don't think so. Can't even get rid of this. You have to pick one, I guess. Yeah, this site is on the move here. That's GHT. So another fantastic continuation off earnings. I mean, look at there's the yellow line. So there's a reaction was 3 days ago, and look at the continuation. And the volume is coming in even. I mean, there's some volume coming in. Not a ton of volume overall, but it's still 9 times normal, 9.6 times normal up to this time of day. All right, so this was a gap down in reverse. The SM, I think this is an earnings play. Yeah, SMW, no volume. I mean, just really not that much volume. 400,000 shares. That's it. Um, 4.5 times normal now, but it's almost noon and only 400,000 shares. Uh, Israeli stock, not a low float, not a high float, coming right into that two daily highs. And even if, well, I mean, man, it's too bad because look, if it broke through that, the next high is 9. I just wish there were more volume. You can see it. I mean, there's a high right there. I'm sorry. I thought this was, never mind. I'm looking up here thinking this is the price, the current price. So yeah, I mean, there's a ton of room. There's obviously a ton of room, 876 to try to come back. Okay, guys, I think I have a link for Dan. I don't know if he's there right now. He might be there right now. Well, he's got his screen displayed for sure. So here is the link, guys. I don't know if he's live or yet, but he's got his screen displayed. So here's the link, guys. The YouTube link to go and if you want to listen to Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, and the same thing for you guys on YouTube. He's not going to take over this stream. Okay, it's a new stream, and there's the link. So I'll probably take my break right now. Okay, and I'll come back at around 1. Maybe earlier. So I'm still in the CCOI trade. That's it for me right now. I'm actually looking at the CWAN as a potential bounce now. So I got 2 losses on this one early in terms of going short. But this looks interesting now on a long. I mean, it's a strong stock. and it's over the VWAP. It's the wave is turned blue over the whole number, so it has some things going for it. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now in the main room, and I'll mute myself in our YouTube room also. All right, guys, I'm back. So finally out of the CCOI. And by the way, congratulations on the LPTX. Awesome trade for you guys. And I see it's come back. So I'm finally out of the CCOI. That was a beautiful trade on the 20 break, down to 18, I think 1870, 1883. And as it moved back up to 19, I decided to get rid of the rest of it. So that was a short for CCLI. That showed up here actually in the compare count window, not in here. I'm watching this GTES. Hopefully you can understand why. Look at this GTES, guys. It's through the 200-day moving average. Ton of room on the daily chart. Had earnings, not good, a few days ago. Trying to crawl back a bit over the whole number. Little bit of volume came in. So I'm just waiting to see if it really wants to take out 23. I think I better put a price alert, say around 23.11, and see if it really, really starts to move. Meanwhile, LPTX just made a new high. Wow. I don't know how many guys are still in it. That would have been a tough one to hold on to when it went down to did it get down to $1? Did it come back down to a no, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, that's right. It gave up 113 and then it held here and then it had the explosion, the halt. This is where I thought it was probably going to be over 150. Halted again, though. Halted again and halted on the way up. And that is the LPTX. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of these ones here. Now, this one was an awesome short from yesterday, the CNNE. Look what it did. Got up to $18, but look where it closed. Closed down here at 15, closed at the low of the day. That was an awesome short yesterday, CNNE. But it's a little, well, not quite, but it's a little bit like the GTES, just hanging over the whole number. Ton of room, obviously. I'm also eyeballing this QH for a 150 break. And a price alert right up here. Well, I mean, it's obviously halted and it's 195 on the halt. So now the potential open is 180. I don't know if Dan is still talking. I listened a little bit at the very, very beginning. Then I had to leave. He was talking about the LFS that his son took, 13-year-old son took. All right, guys, it's 12:58. I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. as I'm waiting on the GTES to see if it really explodes off 23. And even the CNNE, the longer it bases over 16, might get me interested. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter what subscription you pick, either standard or premium. Remember that 15% off on a monthly, first month only. Well, I asked, use my code if you're going to take out a subscription anytime in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They'll keep both rooms free, the YouTube and the main room. And speaking of the main room, those of you on YouTube, if there's anybody left, this is what I'm talking about, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube and you want to head over to a room that is a lot more active, meaning a lot more interaction amongst traders, you can come in here. It's free. It's also free. Or you can stay on YouTube. That's fine. And scroll down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? If you don't see it there, then certainly contact us and we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. Education section is here. So if you take out a subscription, first thing you must do, the Getting Started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it, start off with that second video, go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's the type of product that you might want to at least try for a month. Okay, back to basics. New to trading, free series of videos, 15 of them for you, the new trader. Last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. So the ones you can actually see, the gap continuation or reversal right here, the movers upside, movers downside right here, and here are the Halls resumes. That's all I have up and running, guys. I don't have anything else up and running, but I am sharing other scans if you want to take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. The momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan, I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. I don't have either of these two races up and running, but you can take a look at them. The fact that I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm concentrating more on these two windows to give me the ideas for the day. Okay. So any questions? Feel free to ask. Yes. Look at this thing. ENGS. Next high looking left is 258. Huge down day. Can't remember why. GTI gap down and go. GTI gap down and go. Little cheap for me though. GTI gap down and go. This is a lifetime low. Yeah, it's a lifetime low right now. It's a little cheap for me to be shorting. And there are shares. There are some shares. 14,000 at Interactive Brokers, but a little bit cheap for me to be shorting. Oh boy, I just missed my short on ONON. I've been watching it, all day, and it's been hanging around that 42 level. But when it did this, got underneath that 42 again, and then all of a sudden it just took the big move down, and I couldn't get it too short. I was too well, I was still on my break. Right here, actually, that's the 1250 mark at the big move down. And you can see GTI right here and here. I may regret it. I mean, look at that. I mean, I had shorts available. Lifetime low, GTI. Ugh, Malaysian company. I've seen it before. I'm sure this did not get up to $200. I'm sure this is just reverse split adjusted. Still halted, right? No, yeah, it's still halted. So it actually came out of the halt and then immediately, yeah, I'm sorry, it came out of the halt. Well, that CNNE, guys, that is a really tempting one. With the fact that it's kind of flattening out a bit here now. What a short on ONON now. That is a beautiful short. Anybody who's in it, seems like it waited all day for a big fade. Keep an eye on the QH, guys. I mean, it's getting closer to that 150 mark. And why 150? I always think that the stocks under $5 at the 50-cent level can be as as kind of an impediment, like the one dot, like the whole numbers. So I'm looking at maybe a 150 break. Well, that would have been a nice short. I mean, the short idea at 278 down to 241. Great percentage move. Not in it. Talked myself out of it. No, four trades today, guys. The only really good profitable one, but it was very nice, was the CCOI. All right, LPTX just opened, and it opened well, kind of around the halt price, 192. You'll not give it up in a big way. I mean, obviously, if you look at a monthly chart, it's got a ton of room, 358 on the monthly. Obviously, within this month, there could be a week that's close or a day to this current high. And when was that? That was back January this year. Interesting because it's not a crazy low float. 34 million in the float, so not crazy low. The FTCI. Ooh, yeah, pretty nice. The original alert was at 997, so took out this 990 10. Not a great spread, 1020. Oh, it's believe it or not, it's tightened just a little bit. When I was looking at it, it said 1014, 1030. So tightening up a little bit on the spread. Earnings play, FTCI, earnings play. Well, there's your two guys for the LPTX. There is your two and exploding through. I like this combination here, guys. I do like it. The compare count and the gaps. Pre-market was 1109, so okay. Let me get to a 30-minute chart. Then we can see it right there. Yeah, there's the 30-minute chart. So that's the pre-market right there. So that you're right. Not that I doubted you, Todd. You're right, 1109 or so. So it has room when you look at the pre-market high. Well, I have to eyeball it. I have to eyeball it. So 1110 or so. As you know, well, okay, they're making the 1109. I don't like this box. I guess if I had one chart up and it was big, it wouldn't matter. But I just don't like the box. Look at that float, 990,000. Boy, if you get some volume coming into this and popping it through 150, look out on the QH. Now, this is just one of these crazy China stocks, that dropped that day. Probably there was no news at all. Wasn't earnings, wasn't anything. One of those China stocks that were moving higher, and then all of a sudden, boom. All right, guys, it's 1:14, so I may have only about 45 minutes left. I don't recall. William, did you tell me when you might be keeping the room open after I leave? And again, remind me to keep the screen up. Any interesting earnings plays after hours today? Don't like the spread, guys. Do not like this spread of FTCI. FTCI, yeah, FTCI. Don't like that. 10 well, it was 10:05, 10:17. Cisco after hours. Okay, let's take a look at Cisco. So William says he's going to keep the room open till 4ish. I guess to check out to see what Cisco's earnings are going to be like. Mini bet being placed today. Boy, this is basically a lifetime high. I mean, there's a lifetime high, I guess, up here, 75. So for Cisco, boy, that's an old, well, I think of it as an old company. It's only 1984, but just don't hear about it that much. But obviously, they're doing something right. Well, guys, I mean, I didn't put a price alert here, but this high right there is 147. So why don't I put a price alert just a little over 150? Say 153 for the ENGS. Boy, it reminds me a lot like the QH. So this is where are they out of? United UK stock. I don't remember this. What happened here? It's only 4 days ago. Okay, slides after weaker earnings and delayed filing. So that's never good. We don't have an earnings date. So that's what happened on this day here. Halted again, guys. LPTX halted again. Very narrow ranges, but being halted again. Well, they look narrow ranges. Still watching the No, the ENG. I was not gonna say this one, but yeah, let's reset that alert. It popped up and then came right back down a little bit. I'm continuing to watch the CNNE, just over 16. It's still hanging over 16, and the GTES just hanging over 23. They both have they both have a lot of room. Okay, here's the ENGS. Boy, it's a pretty parabolic move. And the volume came in, ENGS, the volume came in. Boy, pretty parabolic eyes. I just can't do it. I mean, ENGS, I love the volume that came in. I wish it were just slightly out of consolidation, but no go. As ENGS is just ripping right now. The next high looking left, 262. So a ton of room. QH is coming back. And this could be the wild card, late entry wild card that takes out 150. I mean, it's a lot like the ENGS in terms of the amount of room. All right. Well, CNNE just gave up 16, and looks like GTES is going to do the same in terms of a whole number. So I guess nothing's going to come of those out of those two. I remember this one from yesterday. This was a really good one from yesterday. INR. There was an earnings play. When I say good, look how well it closed. These are like how many stocks do we see that get up to like you look at the high of the day and then they close way down. I love the ones that close near the high of the day. I mean, that usually, like you could probably do a scan for stocks that had big days and close near the high, and then just track them the next day and see exactly how they open. If they open above the high, argument to be made that you can maybe take the trade almost immediately and put your stop at the close if it doesn't work. Yeah, well, there you go. The spread kept me out a little bit. There's the FTCI though moving. Well, guys, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I don't see any questions from either room, so I'll put myself on mute. If there's a question, I'll hop back on the mic. Well, guys, that was a big sweat for me. I was in this. At 2:12. Okay, I was trying to get out. I took this is the LPTX, um, and I was sweating that 5 minutes because anything could have happened. I got very lucky. Where's Poe? Yes, I'm the luckiest guy you know. Yes, yes, I know that. Man, and it's halted again, and it's halted again. Man, oh man. Well, I said this might have the late day run, and it did, or it is in the middle of it anyway. All right, I'll put myself back on mute. All right, guys, this looks like it's gonna be well, it's gonna be more than a 5-minute halt now. We got halted at, 1:44, 36 seconds. It would have been 1:49, 36 seconds. We're past that, so probably gonna be at least a 10-minute halt now on this LPTX. Just gonna say it again, guys. I mean, keep an eye on this QH if it takes out 150. It might be a late day. Look at the volume today, 30 million shares. Eclipses the volume of the big drop. And if it takes out 150, I mean, it could get rolling. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too many questions. In fact, none. So I think I'm going to take off now. William says he will keep the room open, the main room open till 4-ish. Cisco has earnings at 4 o'clock approximately. So he will keep the room open till 4-ish. I have to shut down YouTube. So before I do that, I will put my homepage link in. If you want to head over to the main room, you can. It'll still be open. So you click on my homepage. This is people on YouTube, of course. Click on my homepage link and scroll down just a little bit. And right here is the trading room. It is free also. All right, guys. Well, thanks for all the help. The main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. I'll try to open the YouTube room around 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody. And we'll see you tomorrow. I will put myself on mute in the main room, but I will keep the screen sharing going until William shuts down. And for YouTubers, I do have to end the stream.